Yo! Oh, come on. Wait. Dude, the internet is trolling me. Are you kidding me? It drops the moment I actually start the stream. Nah, 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 nah. Fuck you. I'm gonna keep going. Fuck it. Fuck! Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. I don't give a shit anymore. Do I really need to fucking get a... Ah, man. I really don't want to pay for extra internet, man.
Yep.
Alien, play it? What do you mean? Also, what's up, Ray? And Yua. What you mean by that? Shit, I need some ice cube. Hold up. Are you talking about Alien Isolation? Because I already played that. Uh. Oh, Alien Fireteam? Is it good? I haven't downloaded. I didn't know you guys were gonna try it out. Because it looks kind of meh for me. So I kind of skipped it. Call your internet provider if you know fix will get an attack. Oh, it's as simple as that. Just chilling, waiting for my keyboard to arrive, because I can't play shit with since my W and space button are fucked. What keyboard are you getting? Ooh, shit, that's sexy. Remap. Directional key? Okay, dude. Oh. Electric feel now. Electric feel now. Electric feel now. Alright. I'm just gonna start the gameplay with no bullshit because I really want to try this game out because the game just released today. Not really, it's been out for a while now, but it's finally quote unquote released publicly because before it's been just closed beta. So I'm pretty fucking hyped about this. Rexus Dexa M84. Will Muddy later when I get my 4-month paycheck. Oh shit, bro. Hell yeah. I know the Dexa Air, the mouse one. I don't know about the keyboard one. But the mouse, the Dexa Air mouse, got pretty well known recently. Oh shit! Welcome to Ready or Not. Oh my god. Hold up. I might want to increase the graphics for this game, but we just put everything on medium. Let's try high. See what's up. Okay. You can already see my graphics drops a little bit, but fuck it, dude. Find session? Let's try a single player first. See what's up. This game is probably the closest thing I can get to actually play Tarkov, but actually playable. It's not bad for the price. It's moddable. Like I can even change the Cherry MX later if I want to. Hell yeah. Oh, so it's a hot swappable? That's nice. That's nice. Oh shit. Games surprisingly run pretty fucking well. God damn, 90 FPS? On my shitty ass GTX 1060? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, it's a little bit unstable. Obviously. Wait. Let me just... Control grip. Actually, combat grip. Okay. Where's a micro T? Oh wait, no, that's a dog shit. Skip with a holo and just a small laser sight. Okay. Chat, tell me if the audio is too loud, yeah? I haven't played this game. Okay. I'm gonna shoot. Alright, I think it's not that bad. How do I kick the door?
Deploying cam light.
No, not cam light. Fuck. Oh, that is optic one? Shit, hold up. I fucked up. Optic 1 FPS 30. There we go. Okay, that makes much more sense. Engage! Oh! Fuck! Okay. Holy fuck. Jesus. Okay, that is loud. Oh! Alright. Hostage down. My bad. Alright, good practice round. Good job, team. Alright, let's actually play the game. That was fun, that was fun. Alright, but now it's the real deal. Gotta do some real deal shit. Alright. Ooh, they got a lot more shit now. Test level classified? Hotel. Park home. Let's start with this. Detective have been following a new lead to locate source of methamphetamine storage in Les Suenos, tracing a potential affordable housing development in 213 Park. Alright. Let's give it a go. What's up? Gara! Yo, we gotta play this, dude. We gotta play this together. I'm telling you. This shit is good. This shit is good, brother. And a little darky. How big is the game? 25 gigs, but only download for 16. And the rest is compressed. I mean, extract. And surprisingly runs pretty fucking well. For how it looks like. I'm actually quite surprised how well the game looks. It's basically SWAT. It has multi? Yes. It has matchmaking. Right now I'm just trying it out in a single player to see what's up.
Coming to you.
Oh god. Alright, boys. We got Prescott, Eli, Swan. What the fuck? And King. Alright, let's move on, boys. I don't know what the fuck is the mission, but we gotta move on. How do I turn on my flashlight?
Hands up above your head.
No. Hold up. Auto is a bit too low.
Put your hands up.
Okay, how do I make everything's... Okay, wait, how about this?
Put your hands up.
Okay. I think that's good. Tell me if it's too loud, chat.
Fall in.
Copy
Fall
that.
in, boys, fall in. Alright. I want you guys to stack up.
Provide cover.
Roger that.
Fucking, open
It's locked.
and
Through the
clear.
door and clear.
Roger that.
Yeah, you go, Eli, you go. Eli, move! Bitch! Oh my god. Alright, pick the lock.
Breaking out the multi-tool.
Careful, careful.
Done. Door unlocked.
Alright, alright, alright. Now we gotta clear it
Open
out.
the door. Clear it.
Slowly, slowly.
Moving.
Oh, Jesus, fuck! Alright, alright, move in with a flashbang.
And clear.
Oh, shit.
Flashbang free.
Alright, go, 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 go!
Hands where I can see them. Okay. Put your hands up. Get on the ground now.
Clear it out, clear it out. I got this, I got this.
Stay where you are.
Low light
Oh,
deployed.
shit.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, oh, shut the fuck up. Alright, we got like some fucking shitty ass. What is this? Secure evidence? Oh shit, you can do that.
Collecting evidence.
Oh, okay. So you can also do secure evidence for extra points. Okay, okay, gotcha, gotcha. Alright, we're in the clear, boys. We're in the clear. What do we got here? Fucking, hold up. Alright, I guess I can use my Opti one. Let's see. What the fuck? This leads to outside. God damn it, Eli. How about this one? Oh! I got a potential fucking suspect or some shit. Oh!
Put your hands up. Get on the ground now. Police, hands up.
Yo, 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 move! Move, move,
Post
move!
up and cover.
Absolutely.
Hands up. Do it now.
Restrained, restrained! Whoa, 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 chill!
Arrest him.
Oh! Wait, the music is so loud. Holy shit.
My mom has a Mexican maid.
This is
You
Todd.
might know her.
Copy, entry team. Notifying trailers.
How are you still alive, dude? Holy shit.
Put your hands up.
Alright,
Suspect DOA.
we got a down. Oh, Jesus, fuck!
Entry team. Notifying me.
What is it this time? Okay, what is wrong with this music? Why is it so loud? Oh, I didn't apply it. Oh. What? Oh.
Suspect DOA.
Talk reporting. Roger, entry team.
Ah, I hear someone. Is the corpse still... Dude, the corpse still dying. Double tap. Just in case.
Fall in behind me.
Alright, I think we're good. Yo, Prescott, clear
Move in
it.
and clear it.
Clear it. Go, go, go.
On the move.
Go, 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 go. Alright, we're good, we're good. Thank you, boys. Thank you. Okay, let me see. What do we got here?
Chem light out.
What the fuck do you use a cam light? You don't need it right now. It's bright as fuck. Ah, shit. I'm a pick lock. Alright. Oh, you can peek. Oh, shit. Open door, peek door. Oh, okay. So that's how you do it. Oh, I do not like this door. How do I kick the door? Oh. Alright, maybe next time let me hold the gun first before I peek in.
Provide support on me. Right with you.
Oh! Wait, is that a trap? No, it's not. It looks like a trap. I kinda don't like sometimes where you cannot just shoot things or kick things once. But then you can just open the door immediately. Like the kicking is a little bit weird sometimes.
Get on the ground now.
Get on the ground. What? Uh-oh.
Cover this area. Affirmative.
Alright. You know what could be fun?
Copy that. Open for business.
That's right. Alright, move back, fall back. Alright, you guys ready? Got it. 3, 2, 1. Shit. Go! Jesus Christ! Alright, never mind, I killed him. We're good.
Stay on me.
Coming to you, sir.
Talk to entry team.
Easy,
Talk copies
boys.
all. Proceed with your mission.
Easy. Good job. Proud of you. Still. Wait, report arrest?
Civilian good to go for evac.
Oh, you have to
Talk
do
to
that?
entry team. Copy, entry team. Proceed with mission.
Okay. Okay, I do notice sometimes I drop frames in a certain areas. I'm assuming room with a lot of lights. But I guess that's kind
Stay
of...
on me. I'm with you.
It kind of makes sense. Deploy? No. Confirm requests. Collect evidence.
Lock up that weapon.
Copy that.
Oh, you can do that as well.
Move over there. I am moving out.
Kind of like this. How I can just tell people to move. What the fuck? Alright, boys. What the?
Hands up now. Drop your knees.
Shit. Okay, there's a lot of people here. How do I know? My FPS start dropping. A lot. Let's do medium. Shit. Wait. Alright, there we go. Much better. Breach with a C2 and then a flashbang.
C2, bang and clear.
Roger that, sir.
Alright, we got this, boys. Laser sight out.
Fire in the hole.
Eardrums. Jesus fucking Christ.
Get down and show me your hand.
Get down, get down.
DOA.
Talk
Light
to
stick
element.
away.
Restrain
Copy that
targets.
entry team notifying trailers.
This one's secure.
Alright. I got you 6, boys. I got you 6.
Everything will be fine.
Oh my god, get your hands off me, you creep!
Shut the fuck up!
Great work, entry team. Keep
It's
it
part
up.
of the job, ma'am. I wonder how many C2 have I wasted so far. Like I wasted a lot of them.
Move in and clear it.
All right. Roger that.
Alright, I think we're good.
Check your cover.
I think we're good. I hear something. I don't like that. Ah! I'm good. Oh no, I found a dead body.
Civilian is DOA.
Talk to entry team.
Oh no.
Entry team. Tag
What?
keep
These guys are so evil. Bad. Oh shit. He was reaching, chat.
Hands up.
objective failed. Roll it.
I thought that would be a hostage because I did not see their hands, so I thought there would be no weapon, so I thought it was a hostage. Oh my god, so many penalties. Okay. All right, let's try the multiplayer. I think I'm ready. I think we're good to go. This is not gonna be an easy game. That's for sure. Hold up. Which graphic settings that gives the extra? Is it a VFX? No. I think it's post processing. Shadow? Okay, shadow on high. It's definitely not an easy one. What do you call it? There's so many buttons and commands that you can do. What? Okay, your connection has been lost. Oh no, don't tell me the multiplayer is bugged. Okay. Not sure what's going on here. Poo, poo. Can we get one? Oh, we got a game. Oh, shit. Wait, how many players? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold up. What's the voice chat? Oh. Dude! Am I getting kicked because my ping's too high or some shit? My ping is fine, so I guess I just got connected to like people from NA or something. Oh god. How do I check my ping and everything? Oh. Jesus fuck. Alright, this game's gonna be quite the loud one. Open SWAT com. No way. Dude, you cannot do that to me. Come on. Wait, okay, how about public lobby? Does this mean I'm gonna be the host? Oh. Okay. I'm not sure if you can... First, I need to know how to check my own ping. Command markers. Oh wait, someone joined in? Oh shit. Okay, if I'm the host, I don't think it's gonna be a problem. That's cool. Alright, let me just... Hold up. Team view cam's gonna be V. Cycle, voice channel, chat, team chat. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Jump if you can hear me. Okay. Testing. Hello, hello. Oh no. Okay, hold up. Okay, voice chat is in, but they cannot hear my voice for some reason. How do I change this? Should we wait for more players? Up to you. Okay. How do I... Same. We can wait a bit. See if we can get like four squad. Yo, yo, yo. Hunter, can you hear me? Hello. Yo. Can you guys hear me? Hello, team. Boys. Yo. I wonder if I can customize it. New 2. Try to use your voice chat. Because I can... Oh! Alright, can you guys hear me now? Hello? Ah, shit, I probably have to like restart my game or some shit. Fuck. Hello, hello. Crazy hot pot. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, this is not gonna be good. I think we should like Hunter, yo. Yeah, HDR. We can try. I guess I'll use the command thingy. Alright. This game with no voice chat is gonna be chaotic. Over here to start. Oh! Fourth man? I don't know. Maybe you can go with a silenced weapon. Because why the fuck not? Oh shit, they got a fucking SR? They got an HK! Bro. Alright. Give me a minute. Get a scope. Get a sight. Shit. We're 5 men mute. This is great. We're gonna die.
Customize in here. In this test, if you want to customize a site or
shit.
something like that.
Laser pointer. We can just use this. Alright, let go. This is very scuffed. Oh shit. Whoever
Where
have
you
the
wanna start?
voice
You
chat.
then select a mission. Where you wanna go? Who
Uh
is the host? Why everyone using a text chat? Can we just voice chat? Alright, okay, let's go.
bug.
Can you use a voice chat?
Bug, dude. We tried. I'm gonna restart my game after this. Apparently my Windows settings default audio input is not was not my mic. It was my headset Oculus. That's why I didn't input. And I think I have to restart the game to apply it or some shit like that. No fucking idea.
Yeah.
Simmer down.
Oh
We're
shit.
pressed on time here.
What the
We
fuck?
have multiple reports of an escalated conflict occurring at the Windley Hills Hotel. Now, early reports are suggesting that this is related to an ongoing turf war. It's caused a few headaches for us in the recent weeks between the
Shit. My voice chat fucked, so I'm gonna just follow you guys. Oh shit!
Put your hands up.
Okay, we're chilling, we're chilling.
You have the right to remain silent.
Talk reporting. Copy, entry team.
Shit, my ear. Okay. I could use the lower settings.
Guys, over here. Hello.
Police, hands up.
Surrendering.
Drop it now.
I have to shoot him. He got a shotgun.
He was surrendering, dude.
Hands where I can see them.
Yeah, but he can just shot me. You don't know about this game?
Oh shit,
shot
that's a
me.
thing?
Okay. Check over here.
I don't know about
Here.
that, dude. I think it's a novice, man.
3, 2, 1.
Police, hands up. Hands up. Do it now. Down on your knees. Police, get down.
You are the one who bring a mirror gun, okay? You should check the a trap.
Okay, okay. I think it was me.
Come here. Go. Yeah, check this door.
Okay. Kablam, kabloom.
Yeah, go.
Okay, I think
What is saw? Is there any trap?
we're good.
What? You're good?
Lloyd,
Okay.
cam light.
3, 2.
Put your hands up.
Why do we have two shield guys?
Get on the
Oh
ground.
shit, the shadow is so bad in this one.
Hands up. Do it now. Put your hands up.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, voice chat is a must in this game, dude.
Just doing my job, sir.
Talk to high ground. Roger. Trailers inbound.
Oh, you cannot use the command shit in the multiplayer. Only for
Back off,
single
everyone.
players.
3, 2, 1.
Get on the ground now. Put your hands in the air. Hands where I can see them. Hands up. Do it now. Hands up. Do it now. Put your hands up.
Put your hands up, motherfucker! Oh shit, it tased them! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Why you kill the civilian? What the? You kill him!
This is so fucked. So.
You? Oh my god. Restart mission, restart mission. You kill the civilian, cannot play again. No.
Holy fuck. Oh my god, this is good. This is good. He was so fucking pissed off. Holy shit.
Simmer down. We're pressed on time here. We have multiple reports of an escalated conflict occurring at the Windley Hills Hotel. Now, early reports are suggesting that this is related to an ongoing turf war. It's caused a few headaches for us in the recent weeks between the
Okay.
Talk reporting.
Okay.
Entry team. Strasky is in debrief. He claims the rebel
Check.
rejects are on the second floor. Proceed with caution.
I don't think we have any traps. We got one gun. Gunner.
Okay. 3, 2.
Hands up.
Oh shit! Open fire! Did he shot him? Oh, he didn't kill him. Nice. Hell yeah. What does that sound?
Talk to high ground. Roger that. Trailers en route.
Okay, there's an invisible footstep over here.
Red, check the door. What? Gunner? Oh, 3, 2.
This is the police.
Okay.
Drop your weapon now. Hands in the air.
He survived that C2? Jesus Christ. Hold up, I gotta turn it down for you guys. There you go.
Talk to high ground. Proceed.
Suspect standing by for transportation.
Talk to entry team. Roger.
Easy, boys.
Proceed with caution.
Okay. Oh my god. Another gun.
I saw. Another gun. Okay, this is gonna be fun. Okay, you ready for flush? 3, 2, 1, go.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground now. Hands up. Hands up above your head. I can see him. Put your hands where I can see. Hands up now. Down on your knees. Arms outstretched. Hands where I can see them.
Jesus!
Arms outstretched. Put your hands where I can see
Okay, I guess we're gonna start killing everyone.
Talk copies all. Proceed with your mission. Talk reporting. Keep it up.
Well... that one time... Unlucky. Don't C2, but flash. I'll open the door, you guys flash. No! Oh my god. Oh no. Motherfucker, flash wrong way!
down on your knees.
Oh my god.
Drop down on your knees.
Jesus, dude.
Down on your knees. Get down.
It didn't cover for me. Oh my god. What is this head cam? Oh. Oh, this is cool. Okay, I gotta restart. I gotta restart my game. You just cannot play this game without the voice chat. It's impossible. It's just gonna be complete chaos. me a second. There's only one way to find out. Alright. Let me change my gun real quick. Breaching shotgun, ballistic shield, battering ram. I think I'll go with a breaching shotgun. CBRN riot gas mask, ballistic face mask. I think we can go with an NVG, but I'm not sure. I guess I'll go with this. Flashbang 8 times. Door wedge. Pepper spray. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna keep my shot. Honestly, the Glock works just fine. Ooh, a 5.7. I'm down. Alright. Yo, can you guys hear me now? Hello. Spooks, do you hear me? Is that a yeah? Okay, cool. Alright, so it works now. Hold up. Let me just change my shit real quick. I think the flashlight would be more helpful.
Hello, spooks.
I'm not sure. I mean, kinda. It kinda helps in a way. I'm not too sure. So I cannot customize anything else but my main rifle. Okay, I guess we can do speed grip with a suppressor. What is an SRS? Oh, this thing. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, I can do that? It's actually kind of cool.
Light out.
Okay, we don't want a full auto. Ever. And I think combat grip is still the best option. Alright, let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
Wait, I'm the host, wait. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, whatever you want.
Well, are we all new here?
Select a mission that you want.
Okay, I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know about this, but
Okay, hotel. I don't know.
Why not?
why not? Let's go.
Can we just?
Fuck it, dude.
Fuck it.
Okay, I'm a breacher. Okay, I'm a breacher.
Gotcha, gotcha.
I have the.
Okay, we got 3. Lane also have the game. No, it doesn't have to be. You know, it doesn't have to be a voice, but at least in a team, there's someone who can voice. Like the guy who lead at least can talk and guide the rest of the team, kind of thing. So I'm down if Lane want to join. Could be fun. Could be fun. I'm gonna hit him up. Shit, I shouldn't all tap while loading. Please don't crash. Okay, we're good. Point man or squad leader. Whichever, yeah. Is point man a thing? I never even heard about it.
Let's go.
Alright.
This is my first match, so.
No sweat,
I
no
just want
sweat.
to say this is gonna be hard because this is really tactical. So just careful.
Okay, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Thermite out.
Oh shit. Not what I meant.
NPG ups, boys. NPG ups.
What's the bind for NVG? Alright.
Tie that idiot. Tie up.
What the
Cuff him.
fuck?
Okay, so there is a door in here. Shall we check it? Mirror? Check the door.
I have it. I have the mirror gun.
Go, go, guys.
But I used it.
Point man is leader. Blah.
I see a
Oh,
guy
okay.
to the left. I see one guy unarmed to the left for the door.
Alright.
Okay, we can do a
Nothing else,
flash.
Then we shall go for the battering ram. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Hands down.
I'll cuff him.
What? Go stairs, go stairs. Check on stairs, man. Check on the
There we
stairs.
go.
Stairs.
There's a double door over there. Alright.
Stay on there, Faris.
Another closed door over here.
Go down there.
Shit, I shoulda get a fucking thing.
Go check it.
Okay. Guess we're going down.
I see it. I think it's clear.
Clear? Okay.
I might just let them do their thing. Seems like they know what they're doing.
It was a trap. I'm so bad, sorry.
Did someone just flash me?
There's a flashbang.
Okay. Check the door. Check the door.
Okay.
Spooks, back off. Spooks. Alright.
There's a guy to the right. One guy to the right.
Arm?
Right,
I
okay.
don't see any trap.
That's mean.
To the right.
Alright, I'm a flash.
Okay, guys ready? Bang it, bang it. Prepare for the bang. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
That's a bad flash!
Why you bang on here? Oh my god.
In CSGO, it should have go in, okay?
Can't cancel it.
Oh, it leads to outside again. There's another door upstairs. We can check that out.
Trailers incoming. Proceed with caution.
Yeah, just connect to the other door from earlier. I think this is supposed to be a clear.
Check for the trap.
Should have closed that door. I'm not sure how the AI is gonna
I don't see anything. Wait, there's a guy, there's a guy. Oh,
No, yeah. Let's go for a second floor.
Okay, we have to go up, right? We have to go up now. Back to the same spot. Let's go up, I think.
Go upstairs, go upstairs. Okay.
Yeah.
Turn off your light if you don't need it.
Okay.
That's true, that's true.
Check it.
Okay, hold on. Oh, never mind.
Have you trained?
There's a guy in front of the, there's a guy in front of the door. There's one in
Jesus
front of the door.
fucking voice chat,
Hold on,
dude.
hold on.
Kill him? Shall we kill him?
I don't see any traps, but there's one guy in front of the door. You should flash it. He's directly in front of the door. Just in front.
Is it a arm guy or not?
I don't know, he has no gun. He doesn't have a gun. I
Okay.
think.
He has a gun or not?
No, I don't see him holding anything.
Oh shit. Okay, let's just bang it.
Yes, he will.
Did you just like go fuck yourself?
Arrest that guy.
What is a civilian? The fuck? That's like kind of intimidating. And right side.
Wait.
Bang it. Push in. Oh shit. Oh damn. Okay.
Don't kill. Next time flash.
Put your hands up.
I got him. What the fuck?
I'll check.
Alright, we're good.
What is that?
Oh, yes, clear, it's clear. There's something.
Send it. Oh, someone there.
Yeah, we got everything.
Someone there. On the left.
Left side.
Under?
Left hand side there. Okay. This is
What?
one way.
Is that it, or is there more?
Okay. They haven't done anything. There should be more.
Okay, this room. Check it.
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Nope.
3, 2, 1.
I don't think we should breach every fucking door.
NPG guys, NPG.
I don't bring it. I didn't bring it.
We've been here before.
Yeah, we were here before. I think
Same spot.
we need to go to another place or some shit.
We're back here again. What now?
I think we're missing a room or some shit. Oh, a door over here?
Okay, okay. Hold on. I don't see anything. It's clear.
Good. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we go full circle now.
I think we had been here before.
Yeah.
Move up.
Go back to where we started.
Yeah, we're missing something.
Where now then? I'm confused.
Oh, there's a door here?
There's a door over here.
Okay.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, come here, come here.
Yo, shield guy. Yo, 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 hello, hello. Here, over here. Oh, shit! Okay!
What?
God damn it, Spooks!
No one.
Oh shit. Alright, there's gotta be more. Go check your left side. Go check your left side, Hunter. The garage, the garage. No, 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 wait. Oh. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna go in. Okay. Go, go, go. Shield, go first. What was that? Careful. Alright, let's check this door first. Let's check this door first. The first door behind us. No, 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 no. Hunter over here. Let's check this one first. Peek, peek. Spooks, you peek it. Let me throw a flash. Open it, open it. No! God! How do I fucking flash? Open the door, not open it wide, open it wide. Alright, go, 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 go! Fucking spooks, dude.
Put your hands up.
Hey!
Hands up. Above, put your hands up.
What? Okay, what the fuck is going on? I hear gunshot, but I don't see anything.
Hands up, do it now.
Fuck.
Oh. Okay, pepper spray. Okay, we gotta lose civilian. I think that's a good idea, but it's okay. Let's keep going. Could be from upstairs. Let's go left side. Follow Hunter. Follow Hunter. All right, spooks, do the thing. Open the door wide, and then I'll flash. Okay, I fucking. All right. Okay, the throwing projectiles is really fucky. I'm telling you. All right, slowly, slowly.
Hands up.
All right. Downstairs, downstairs. No visual.
Hands up now. Drop your knees.
Is that him? Oh my god! Alright, I saw him. He's pretty far. He's right below us. Alright, Spooks, go. Right behind you. It's on the right. It's on the right side of the door. Oh, I killed him.
Police, put your hands up.
Yeah, I think he got this. He got this. Got him as a hostage or something, and I killed him. Unfortunate. Oh. I have no idea where that is. Oh no! Dude, the audio is kind of fucky. Alright. Sometimes you hear them right next to you when in reality they're actually outside. Like on the other side of the wall. It's so... I think the audio needs some patch for sure. There's something really wrong going on there. Like, it's definitely not good. One sec. Wait, only 3 players? Oh shit. I don't think it's a good idea. Huh? We can head back to the lobby, wait for more players. Alright, see that. I feel like you need at least 4 players, or 4 people here, to make the thing works properly. No, it's just not gonna work. Okay, so far I wouldn't say this game is clunky or anything, but it is definitely needs some get used to in terms of like fucking how do I say this? In terms of like animation, I guess. Like it's not as smooth as most first person shooter game. I get it. At the same time it's kind of like a realism aspect to it. But at the same time it's also clunky-ish. Can change character? Okay. Oh, you can customize everything. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm thinking you might want a fucking NVG instead for the gear. Instead of a ballistic face mask. Okay, that works. Alright, we got one.
So,
This hunter guy is so nice. She like, oh shit, me. Oh shit. What the fuck is wrong with his neck? You good, dude? Jesus Christ. I don't think it's okay. I guess this is the kind of injuries that you get from this kind of job. It's a given, man. It's a given. Oh god, the flashlight. Jesus. Actually pretty bad. What the fuck? Oh, he's doing a shooting range. Is there a way to see how many players there are in the game?
Cam light out.
what'd you say?
What?
What?
Is there like a player list or something like that button for that in this game?
No idea, man. I can barely hear you.
Oh, hold up. How about now? How about now?
Better, but still soft.
It's probably because of local.
For me, can you keep this?
Yeah, for sure. The recoil system is like PUBG. I don't think you want it full auto in this kind of situation. Berlin.
go.
All right, I think I'm good with got a pepper spray.
Let's go, boys.
All right, let's do this. Checking in. I think this is the hotel one. This is the one that I saw from the trailer. I think this could be fun.
Simmer down. We're pressed on time here. We have multiple reports of an escalated conflict occurring at the Windley Hills Hotel. Now, early reports are suggesting that this is related to an ongoing turf war. It's caused a few headaches for us in the recent weeks between the biker gang known as the Rebels Rejects and the Los Locos del Pacifico.
Oh shit.
Talk reporting. Entry team, you're cleared to make entry at Windley. Guest entrance.
Armed. One guy by the door. Armed.
Okay. You want to go into C2? Let's go into C2.
Flash it, I guess.
All right. Spooks, you can plan to C2.
Somebody grab a flash.
I got a flash. I got a flash. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Okay. Okay. You go for that.
I got the C2. Planting. Right, set.
All right. Flash ready.
Right. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Move in. Go. 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 Restrain him. Restrain him.
Going right. Going right.
You need to relax.
All right. Good shit. Good shit. Let's go. Let's go.
We're going this way. All right.
Shit. Oh shit. I think this is it.
Break. Armed left. Hallway left. It's nothing on the right. Armed guy.
Okay.
Somebody, you wanna flash this guy?
Yeah. I got a flash.
Right. I got security. Okay, stand by. He's right in front of us.
Ready up, Spooks.
Right, he's
Open
moving
up.
left. Alright, he's going on hallway left. Right, opening.
Oh, it's locked. I think it's locked.
It's locked. Alright, I'll do it.
Dude, how do you cancel a fucking flash throw? I'm stuck.
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll just hold it.
Throw it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Alright, we're good.
Alright, flashing. Alright, go, go, go.
Left, left.
Hands up, do it now. Get on the hands up, do it now.
Arm guy right. Arm guy right.
Hands up above your head.
I got left with Spook.
Checking right. Checking left.
Shit.
Right.
Okay.
Yo, left room clear.
Alright, we're good, we're good.
Door here.
Wait, go back, go back. Spooks, Hunter, go back.
Right, clear.
Short room. It's a bathroom. It's empty. We're good.
Civilian cuffed and prepped for evac.
Talk
We're good.
reporting.
Alright, we're good, we're good. Let's go.
Keep going.
This side's good. This side's good.
Keep going, let's go. Alright, let's check this one.
Alright, I got a doorway here. Okay, it's locked. Hallway opens up at the end.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Yeah, we can open it. We good?
Alright, let's go.
Alright, somebody else do it. Spook.
Okay. Oh,
Got him.
good shit, good shit.
I'm hit. Pulling back.
Yep, I got you. Going in with Spooks. Clearing. Oh shit, bro. Alright, we got multiple doors over here.
I've got a closet here.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yo, Red, let's take this.
Okay, let's go.
What about the door behind us?
We'll check it out later.
Showroom. Right, it's good. Empty.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Okay, yeah, I don't. Can he see us?
Too many people.
What the fuck?
We have to go around. There's a room we didn't enter.
Okay. How the fuck did they not see us? Okay, so I guess it's a one-way mirror.
Could be.
Careful. They got a shotgun.
Okay, I think it's this door right here. Hang on.
Okay. I think we got a breach with C2 this time.
All right, I think it's this room. It's a hallway to the left. It opens to a big room on the left.
Okay, I'm a see
come
to it.
here.
I'm a see to it. Wait, never mind. I don't have a C2. Never mind.
I got a C2.
Okay, you get it.
C2 up. Somebody prep the flash.
I got it.
Right, C2 set. I think you want to throw it to the left, dude. See if you can prop yourself on the right. Somebody pull security for him. All right, ready?
Alright, go.
3, 2, 1.
Flash in. Let's go.
Moving. Move.
Oh shit.
He's in the room.
One more.
He's down.
Roger that. Continue with your mission.
Alright.
Alright, we're good. You guys secure the stuff? Nice.
Cool. Alright, this is actually pretty good so far.
Okay, team's consolidated. I think we cleared that side, right? Or
I
there's
think so.
another room to the left.
Yeah.
Alright, let's check that out. Oh, here. 2 doors. 3 doors. I'll check this. No, it's a cupboard. Or a wardrobe. Hallway, left and right.
How about yeah.
Okay, this room, it's a toilet, it's got one underarm. I think we take this one first.
Alright, let's go. Normal breach.
Right. Our whole security spooks open.
Get ready. Get down. I want to see
Oh! Armed! One down. Oh shit. Fuck him up. How is he not dead? Holy fuck.
This is talk. Roger that, entry team. Tag him and keep moving.
Okay, well, apparently he's armed. We got one officer down. Yeah, for sure. Alright. I'm gonna take the lead then. We're back to the hallway. There's a door over here. Does anyone have a mirror gun?
down on your knees.
Shit, okay. Alright, Spook.
No.
Let's enter normally. Careful. It's pretty bad. Alright, go for it. Okay.
Hands up. Get on the ground now. Hands up. Put your hands up.
I'll restrain him.
Relax.
Oh, open door.
Where? Okay, check it.
This is the police. Hands up. Hands up now.
Clear.
Okay, let's check out the other room first.
That's a lot of doors.
Okay, this one. Let's go, Spooks. Do the thing. Careful.
Stairs.
Hands up. Get on the ground now. Police, hands up.
Is it runaway? Gotta pepper spray that motherfucker. Just shoot, motherfucker. Just shoot.
Relax.
Are those handcuffs?
Get on the ground now.
Alright, we're good. Is this another door? Oh shit. Okay, I don't get a good one in this one. Let's just give it a try. I'm a flash the moment you open the door. Don't peek, just open the door. Spooks. Alright? No? Or you cannot. What do you mean? You can open. Okay. Alright.
Hands up. They're here. Hands up. Do it
Wait, wait. Oh shit. Careful, careful.
Hands up. Drop, get down. I want to see hands. Get on the ground
Civilian
now.
stable and prep for evac.
Talk to element. Copy.
Dude's fucking having a fucking seizure. I gotta check out this one. Go for it. Fuck me! Okay, there's multiple. The moment you don't have the mirrored guy, it's impossible. Ah, shit. Okay, we need at least 2 mirror gun.
Hands up. Do it now. Hands up. Do it now.
God damn. That's nasty, dude.
We've got an officer down.
Talk to entry team. Roger that entry team. Tag him and keep moving.
I have a flash.
Police, hands up.
Okay, I can't see shit with this. Okay, there we go.
Put your hands in the air. Put your hands up.
Put your hands up.
Your knees.
It's gonna be even more chaotic with no mute. I mean, with no mics. Let's hope that they nailed this one. Shit, I gotta go to the toilet real quick. Put your hands up on your knees! I'm gonna have my cam on Phi, because he doesn't have a shield. Spider-Man. I think we're still dropping, huh?
Let me open this.
Copy. Team, you did your best. Proceed with mission.
The amount of traps in this game is actually pretty fucking hectic.
Put your hands where I can hands up now.
The fuck is he floating? I'm gonna let them keep going. So it looks like they still want to keep going. I don't mind. Yo, what up, Tucker? What's it like? The game so far is pretty sick. It's definitely a sequel or a spiritual successor to SWAT game from the good old time. But oh, he fucked up. Unlucky. You're starting. Okay. Definitely need more than one mirror gun or whatever that shit's called. Then the rest we need like more than I think a lot of people have C2, so I'm gonna stick with the pepper spray. That shit looks fun anyway. But yeah, game's pretty fucking sick. You really need to work, like a teamwork, some shit. This game cannot really mess around. It's that kind of game. Is it purely co-op? So far, yes. I think they do have a PvP coming in. Because in a closed beta, there was a PvP mode, but it's not released yet. It's still pretty unbalanced all over the place, so they kind of like held back for a bit. I'm assuming until they can figure out how to balance it properly or some shit. I'm assuming. I don't know though. But that's my assumption. Whoa, 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 what the fuck? Why so rude? What's up, Saints? How you doing? Let me try the MPX. Guns look sick. Alright, I'm gonna stick with mirror gun. Oh shit. Tundra suppressor. That shit looks thick. I love that. Alright. Yo yo yo. Alright, let's chill out a little bit. That one was pretty fucking rough. So let's try something a little bit easier. Let's go with this. Alright, I think this one probably a little bit easier. Alright, am I the only one that have a mic right now?
I have one.
Oh, okay. Alright, that'll do. Spooks, you gotta go in. Alright, there we go. Looks good, but all the people I play with are still bumming. Ooh, WZ? What's that? What's up, Mary? You went live literally 8 minutes after I went to sleep. Huh? But you're awake. You just woke up, or like, what's going on? Warzone. Oh, right. I don't play Warzone, so yeah. I don't know the short term. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't think a lot of people would like this game. So yeah, it's pretty slow. This game is very slow pace, very tactical. So it's definitely a little bit different. So you might wanna, if you wanna invite your friends into this game, you might wanna let them see some gameplays, check it out and stuff like that, because I don't think it's for everyone. Oh show. Alright, let's move in. Careful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shield can open doors? Gotcha. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you. Well, push door open is what I meant though. Wait, what do you mean then? Oh, oh, peek and then push. Okay, gotcha.
They're here. Drop your weapon now. Hands up now.
Careful.
Arms out. Put your hands up.
You need to relax.
Got your 6.
Training.
Don't talk to me, loser.
The fuck? Fucking bitch. Clear the kitchen first. Oh shit. The fuck. Alright, let's check out the door on the left. Yeah, let's check out this one.
Hands up now. Drop your knees.
Hold up. You haven't opened the door, right? Let me check it out with 1. Okay, we got a guy with a sawed-off shotgun right in front of the door. Okay, I'ma open the door.
Ready?
Okay, bang ready.
Flash is ass.
3, 2, 1. Careful. Multiple doorways.
Get on the ground now.
Bedroom clear.
Alright, shit, we got 2 doors now. Fuck. Oh, let me check.
Put your hands up.
We got a civilian with no weapons. But I cannot see the whole room, so be careful. Alright, open it.
Flash.
Oh, he ran in there? Okay. Spooks, open the door and I will flash.
Oh, don't block me, please.
Oh shit. Careful. He's there?
Restrain him.
Get your hands off me! Oh my god, get your hands off me, you crazy!
Saints doesn't sleep much? Well, you should, man. You should. Alright, let's check the other door. Across. Let me see. Oh, you got it?
Talk to high ground. Roger that. Trailers incoming. Proceed with caution.
Hair gun.
Okay. Let me use a C2 here. Never mind, I don't have a C2. Does anyone have a C2?
No flash.
Okay, let's do a C2 in this one. Alright, breach in.
Just open it.
Jesus, my. Alright, go. Good shit. I got your 6. Alright. Make sure we don't have any evidence laying around. Jesus, the FPS in this room. Yeah, some rooms just very unoptimized. Alright, we're clear. Go in. A closed door behind us. Are we good? Alright, let's go in, Spooks. Okay, careful. This one probably have one. Hold up. Through the door. Through the door? I think. I'm not sure. Fuck. Oh yeah. Guy with a gun. In front of the door.
Oh, please watch the stairs.
Okay. Spooks, go in. Open it.
Us two.
Oh, it's locked. Okay, it's locked. Hold up, careful.
Just open it.
Alright, go for it. Oh shit.
Shit.
Alright, that's on me. I didn't check for traps. It's my bad. Oh, Jesus! No!
Man.
Our own is DOA. He's not breathing.
Alright, I think we can restart. We fucked up. We fucked up. Let's restart, yeah? Dude! It's so hard when no one communicate. How did I one-shot my teammate like that? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I immediately saw the shotgun, and the shotgun is just too bright for a SWAT team weapon, a SWAT member weapon. So I immediately just shot because I thought it was the bad guy. Oh my god. God damn it! Alright, we got it this time. We got it this time. Run it over. Run it over. Alright, this time we got it. My bad. That was a bad team kill. To be fair, the shot what was that? Your shotgun was so bright. I thought it doesn't look like a fucking.
I shot him in the chest twice. Twice. This piece of shit.
Stay put.
You did a better shotgun, man.
Hands off me! Oh my god, get your hands off me!
Civilian cuffed and prepped for evac.
Talk reporting. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
All right, hold up. Let me check. Mert. Okay. Oops. Alright, moving in. Alright, we're clear.
Collecting evidence.
Alrighty. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's do the same door.
Police, get down.
Checking in. Hallway clear. No traps. Yeah. No one inside. Careful though. Go slow. Whoa, what the fuck is going on? My FPS dying. Fuck! Okay, there we go. Oh. Uh-oh. Unlucky.
Oh man.
Unlucky. Unlucky. That's okay. It happens. We got a civilian and another guy. I cannot see them clearly. Might have a weapon. Let's bang this one.
Other side have weapon too.
Alright. Yeah. Spooks, get ready. Open the door, and I'm gonna throw a flash. Okay.
flash.
Okay. We're okay. You can flash. Shit. We're stacking too close to each other. All right. Ready up. Let's go. Oh, it's locked. Never mind. Okay. All right. Careful. Careful. Oh.
Flash, flash.
This is the police. Hands up. Put your hands where I can see them. Stay where you are.
Wait, that was a trap? I didn't see it. The fuck?
I'm not saying anything to you.
Oh, it's a flashbang trap.
Police, hands up.
Talk to entry team.
Yeah, that one's... I didn't see that one. That's pretty weird.
This door has one guy armed.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
shotgun on the left. Yeah, careful. This one, let's bang it as well, I guess. Okay. Anyone have a flash ready or? Yeah, yeah. Okay, go
Flash,
for it,
flash.
spooks. Left side, left side. Go, go, go. Oh shit, bad throw. Support him, support him. Good shit, good shit. Alright, let's go to the next door. Let me check it out. Room's clear. I think it's clear as earlier. I don't see any traps. Alright, we're good to go. Alright, check it out, this door. Alright, this one's clear as well. Going in. Oh, it's locked. I'm gonna check upstairs for a bit. Okay, we got a runner, we got a runner. Panic guy, someone support me. Over here, over here, over here. There's another one behind me, behind the door.
My mom has a Mexican.
Doesn't have a weapon.
You might know her.
All right. Opening.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Flashing.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Oh my god, 2? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Striker just doing his own shit as well. This guy's playing single player mode on a fucking multiplayer server.
So, nice tattoos.
What the fuck?
Okay. One more door.
Did the civilian just flirted with him? Okay, that's a thing.
No one has cam.
Oh my god, dude. There's definitely some learning curve in this game, for sure. But the AI behavior is a little bit weird as well sometimes. Especially the runner. The civilian that runs, that one's really fucking weird.
Flash, flash, flash.
That's really fucking weird. Like, you actually have to pepper spray the guy who runs around. I guess it happens, but I don't think it goes like that. I don't know. I would run to the trust Popo. I think this is a good run though. Oh shit, outside, outside! Oh fuck! Oh shit. That's a thing? That's so cool. They haven't restrained a civilian! Okay. What do you guys think about the game so far though? I kinda like it. It is a little bit clunky, not gonna lie, but there are no games out there like this right now, and that already worth my money so far. It's pretty fucking sick. Especially if you've ever played the SWAT game back in the day on the PlayStation or Xbox. Striker, I swear to God! Holy shit, this guy is playing fucking Rainbow Six Siege.
Don't talk to me, loser.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. Why a civilian has hoops on their head? What do you mean hoops? It's Siege with no HUD? Nah. I mean, Siege is very arcadey. It's not SWAT at all. It's... The theme of the game is a SWAT game. A SWAT style, but it's not, you know... It's very arcadey. It's different. Like, the approach and the pacing for this game is very slow. And tactical. Look at this guy. He's just like going around. Gonna die randomly again. Dude actual played single player in a lobby. He's playing CSGO, dude.
Shut him.
Strike! Help your teammates, dude. Jesus Christ. Dude's playing fucking CSGO. Oh shit. Oh, this is the one that shoot them earlier outside.
TOC copies all. Proceed with your mission.
Shit, I gotta go to toilet. Chat, I'm gonna be AFK a little bit. Yeah. You guys enjoy this shit? I'll be back. Like, give me like 5 minutes. I really gotta go to toilet, dude. The coffee was pretty strong earlier. Give me a sec.
Police, hands up! Put your hands where I can see them. Put your hands in the air. Arms outstretched. Get ready. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up now. Get down and show me your hands. Hands up. Hands up! Got it. Lift up and ready to go.
Oh, fuck me.
Suspect secure. Ready for pickup.
This is talk. Your entry team, notifying medical.
Arms outstretched. Police, get drop the weapon now.
Hands off me, you creep!
Drop your weapons. Police, get down. Arms outstretched. Hands up now. Arms outstretched. Got that piece back.
This is talk. Great work, entry team. Keep it up.
This is the police. Hands up.
shit. Alright. What's up, Nebula? Hello. Ewan. Dude, chat, remind me to stop ordering a fucking double shot espresso. Fuck. Woo! Oh my god, my stomach. Ah. I ordered a double shot because I was short like $5. Not even $5, like $1 to get a discount. But yeah. Red Automat. Oh. Okay, I need to let me change the Automat real quick. It's definitely not correct. Correcto mundo. Give me a sec. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Shit. I definitely need to bring in Gara and Jix into this game. Although I don't know if I can play with Jix or Sudo. Because I'm assuming, because I got kicked a couple times earlier, I'm assuming the game have some kind of a auto kick for hyping, like Tarkov. So that would be unfortunate if that's actually a thing. That's my guess, though. I'm not sure if that's an actual thing in this game. Da, 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 da. The fuck? Oh god. Da 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 da. What kind of auto mod earlier that got you? Sex words. Alright. No filter on that one. It's hard to track on... Okay. Alright. Alright. No one's joining? Alright, let me remake the lobby. By GTFO, we gotta play with Gara? I don't know about GTFO. I tried it during the beta access. I don't know if I like it. The thing is that The game is, yeah, it is a tactical game, but it's a, how do I say this? To go loud all the time so bad for some reason. I think it's like the environment, the gun, the everything makes me want to go all out instead of like go sneaky beaky, like how the game intended to be. I don't know why though. I can't tell. And that's why I didn't buy it. Kind of thing. You know? And yes, this game's right now is kind of scuffed, but I kind of like where's it going right now with the all the thingy thing. The you know, the SWAT tactical shooter. Like I really like those kind of stuff. Like the main reason I bought Tarkov was literally the realism, the sense of realism. And this game is also similar. It's that, you know, it's that thing. Ah, this is where you want the fucking reaching shotgun. Reach! Wait, what? Oh? Huh? Okay, I have to pick lock this shit. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about GTA 4, I'm gonna be honest with you. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, full auto. Oh, the recoil is so good. Okay, SMG you want full auto in this game. It's so sick. So smooth. Oh, dead again. It's not a voice command. What is? Why is there a guy in this room that you can shoot? I don't get it.
Civilians DOA.
This is Talk. Roger that. Continue with your mission.
Roger that. Continue with your mission. I think we're lacking players right now. No. Hold up. Already joined a lobby again. Still doesn't work. Let's try Tarkov. Oh shit, what the fuck? can join someone. Nice. Wait. He's waiting for people as well. I'm just gonna chill here. Okay. Let's give it like a good 10 minutes, see what's up. Okay, this guy is not starting the game. Yeah. I think we can get we can try this again when I can get some peeps to play with. My friend just got a VR as well, and he's trying to tell him some stuff. Dude, why does everyone suddenly get a VR as well? Hold up, chat. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, chat. What do now? What do? Do I really want to go back to Tarkov? I don't know, dude. I'm kind of not sure. I'm kind of not sure. Let's give it a try. Fuck it, dude. I already installed it. Might as well give it a try. Tarkov. Update? Oh wait, hold up. Cotto matte ne. How do I... Shit. Hold up, hold up, hold up. How do I change the directory for Tarkov? I installed it in the wrong driver earlier. You don't want to play this game on a hard drive. You want to play this game on an SSD. Unpacking game 8 minutes? Are you kidding me? 10? Okay, listen. No, 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 no. Nah, fam. Okay. No. So what I did earlier is that, see? Set path. Okay, there we go. Never mind. We're good now, we're good. Kablam. And... Okay. So I installed it on the hard drive and then I copied it again to SSD because I forgot. I installed in the wrong drive. This should work. We'll see. Okay, this might take a while. I got a feeling it probably not. Like Gara last time told me that the performance got improved, but I doubt it. I don't think I'm gonna get any extra FPS from this update. I doubt it. Unpacking again? Ah! Let me play the game! Okay, I guess we can do something else while we wait for this. So also Final Fantasy is close? Wait, sales? Wait, do you mean you cannot buy the game right now? No way. Is it because of the overflow server shit? No way they do that. Holy shit, it's that bad? Damn. Okay. What? That's actually crazy. That's gonna make the game even more exclusive now. People gonna sell their account, dude. Damn, okay. I honestly didn't see that coming at all. I didn't see that coming at all. Pull up chat. Not sure if you're having the EFT issue. Last time my EFT took hours to unpack alone. I mean, it's almost done anyway. So we good, we good. Uh, 90%? Is there any news? Exactly. True. Okay. I mean, it's definitely not gonna bring extra money by stopping the sales, but at the same time, it's gonna be good for the community for long term because more surfer congestion is just worse experience overall for everyone, both veteran and newcomers. So I guess it's the best thing that they can do. So hey, best of luck. Hopefully they figure things out, you know. I guess the only way they can do it is just like wait until the amount of people playing the game start going down. I guess there's a downside as well for having too much player base, huh? God damn. Being too successful. That's a problem that I want to have. God damn. They deserve it though. Yoshi P and the team, they deserve it. All the fucking success. Dude, fucking hard carry the fucking game. Oh, so it's time. Okay, 14 days. That's not bad. It's not bad. I don't think it's gonna fix it that well though for only that short amount of time, but at the same time they cannot stop the sales forever anyway. The stakeholders, the shareholders gonna hate it. The shareholders not gonna care about how many fucking player gonna have a bad time. They only care about the amount of people get their money, get the bite of game. So I kind of understand that. Okay. Okay, we got the classic pre-stack stuff. Okay, this song's too chill. Hold up. Oh Jesus. Oh, I mean, they gave us 14-day sub. But no info when they're gonna bring back sale. Oh, shit. Okay, I see. Never mind. I wonder how are they gonna convince the shareholders? I guess the amount of money that they get from the huge influx of players is enough, I guess, to compensate the shareholders. I don't know. I hope so. Let's go with a scav run for starter. Let's see if the settings got. Okay, my settings not reset. Okay. The VoIP is on. Keybind is also good. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, let's do a scav run first. In custom. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a good stretch. Oh. Alright. Alright, so now we're gonna see how many FPS we're gonna get. If it's good FPS, we're gonna keep going. If it's not, we can play other games. Time for a skip from load. This one is an SSD one, so it should be fast. Except the matchmaking. That I cannot control. Obviously. See, we got a game. Actually, I'm not sure which server I'm at right now. But according to the ping, I got 90 there, 80 to 90. I think I'm in a Hong Kong server. My connection to Hong Kong is almost around 90 to 100-ish. Oh shit. Starting. That's pretty fast. Hell yeah. Oh god, FPS. Whoa, what the fuck? This is a new spawn. Never spawned in this area before. Interesting. RTT 80. Okay. Oh yeah, FPS is still dog shit. This is not a good FPS for me. We got a E222. I think that one's a shoreline key. Okay, we got an S March and a cheese. Alright. We got a shitty head. Oh god, that's so loud. Holy fuck. Okay, let's do 60. VoIP is disabled? Oh, as a scav you cannot talk? Interesting. I didn't know that. Oh shit, that was some delay. You might want to refresh, bruh. I don't think I want to approach people with this SKS. What's the bullet? It's a PS as well. I don't think I can kill anyone with this shit. We might need to kill a fellow scavs and get their fucking thing. Where's the extraction? Passage, scav checkpoint, trailer park worker shack. Okay, so I guess we're going that way. Oh, I forgot bush slows you down now. It's gotta be quite annoying. Jesus Christ, dude. There we go. My ear's gonna bleed with that. My currency going down so bad, I feel like next month I'm gonna buy Elden Ring for $20 in this case. Oh no. I mean, hey, look at a positive side, I guess. Is it going down that fast though? That's actually kind of scary. Kill a fellow scav got consequence? It'll reduce your rep? Oh, fuck. Okay, what is going on? Why am I stuttering? Okay. I forgot about that as well. Alright, I guess we can try to kill some PMC. Sure. Hold up. I gotta close some shit. I think my GPU's overloaded. Yeah, imagine it was $1 was 8 of my currency few years. This month from 8 to 16. Holy fuck. Okay, that's really bad. That is actually really bad. Holy shit. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay. I am not liking this FPS right now. Not gonna lie. It's definitely really sucky. And the stutters, holy shit. This is really bad. If anything, it's kind of worse than before. But that could also be because of my fucking... Oh. Oh no, never mind. That's a scaff. That could also be because of my fucking... PC. Aging. Yo, what's up, dude? Oh shit, we got a dead people over here. Okay, I can loot him. That's good. Oh, it's a player. I'm gonna take the balaclava. Guess why the hell not? Can you play on another region server? I think I can only play on Singapore and Hong Kong. Other than that, I'll get like auto kick ping. I don't know the limit of the for the ping to get a auto kick in this game, but I'm assuming 150 is the limit. Cause Sudo, I think he got around 180 to 200 when he played with me and Gara, and he got auto kicked last time. So could be wrong though. Could be wrong. Dude, the stutters is so dog shit. You can switch, but the last time limit was 180. Okay. Can play with you? Yeah. That's why Suda cannot play with us either. Which just sucks. But I understand why they do that in the first place. It's kind of understandable. It's here, right? Oh wait! No, this is the PMC one. Scav checkpoint should be right over there. Right? Actually forgot, where the fuck is Scav checkpoint? Trailer Park Workers Shack. Shit, I forgot. Am I in the wrong side? Oh no. Oh no. Am I on the other side of the map? Dude, we got 4 minutes. Can someone link the map? I forgot. What is the map? Customs. I forget the name of the extractions. I know the spots, but I don't remember the name for the spots. Okay, there's one over here as well. Oh no, it is on the other side. I am fucked. How many we got? 3 minutes. Shit, I think we're donezo. I think we're donezo, dude. Fuck. Okay, if we can keep going without getting stopped by anyone or anything, I think we can reach the other side of the map. Okay, hold up. Let me see real quick. Just need to make sure that I'm on the right track. Jesus Christ, this is unplayable, dude. What the fuck? I knew it. I was wrong. Oh, fuck me. Wait, I was right though, one of them. Why did it not... Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, shit. It is literally on the other side. I don't think I can reach it on time. Fuck, dude. Not like this. Are you kidding me, bro? What the fuck? It's whatever, though. I don't have anything fancy on me. Alright, lesson learned. Always have the map open for the first time. Also, the stutter is actually really bad. I think it's just an issue because I'm streaming. Is it also stutters for you guys? Or is it just me? What? Malfunction? Oh my god, that's a thing I forgot. Dude, there's so many new things. Weapon malfunction? Jesus. Alright, dude. Alright, got no choice. We gotta go in with the fucking... with the fucking... PMC. All load out. All out. I'm not even gonna half-ass it. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, bruh. But I gotta make sure... let me see. Bada bing. Bada... Oh... I think we need helmet. I think we're good. Nah, fuck it. Oh my god, you gotta level up to be able to mod your weapons. Well, that sucks. M4 Ironside is fucking bad. Like, really bad. Okay, we might want to do it like this then. Honestly, this looks okay. It's quite intimidating. Enough, I think. I really hated the fact that you cannot modify a weapon until a certain level. It's so unnecessary. I guess I can put it here. An MDR. I could. I definitely could. Okay. Oh wait, hold up. bow, bow, bow. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, we can bring a Vaseline. And an alley splint. Okay, I think we're good to go. I think we are good to go. Alright, wish me luck. Probably gonna die fast. But fuck it, dude. At least I tried. Holy shit, there's a lot of people. Duh! I think you have to reach level 10 or something to get the modding going. Hold up, let me get some bites. Getting hungry. It's actually already 6, almost 6. I just realized that as well. Should probably take a dinner break after this. Mmm. Kind of nice. Holy shit, that's so good. Mmm! Oh my god. Fuck. Oh shit, it's starting. Right, never mind. Okay. Alright, I think this is my last run. And we're gonna take a break. Completely forgot about dinner. Dinner time. No breaks. If I can actually play this game properly, I would do it. But since this game's kind of like run like ass anyway, I might as well take a break. I honestly, if I can actually play this game properly, I probably won't be able to stop. I really enjoy this game. Oh my god. Okay, I need to stop burping. For 20-hour stream, the fuck. Jesus. Anytime soon now. Oh fuck. Jesus. Okay, this is the loading simulator, huh? This is the loading sim part, huh? Well, goddamn. Well then. Oh! As soon as I play music. Alright, extraction is ZB13. That is over there, right? Actually, I forgot where ZB13 is. Oh, hello. Unknown key. I think that's a quest item. Bandage always worth it. SP bullet. Sure. ZB1011, where is that? Actually, I have no idea where that is. Oh, the VoIP's toggle? Oh no. Can I change that? Wait, that's money. Insulating tape. The fuck? Got a horse immediately. Actually not bad at all. Oh, I forgot to take any quests. Yeah, I remember the boiler part. Someone's up there. Cannot see them. They're either up there or further ahead. Alright, someone's definitely up there. Can't... Woohoo! Well, I'm in a shitty spot. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, how the fuck do we go through this shit? Let me think. Keep running! Woo! Fuck you! Alright. We gotta go to the street side. Kill it? I cannot. I don't know where he is exactly. Is he up there? I cannot quite tell. But I wanna look for him. He might snipe me one tap. It's not a good spot either. Holy fuck! Oh, I see him. Okay, that is way too far for this gun. Dude, that is hard. I don't know the exact projectile for this shit. Fuck me in the ass, dude. Why is he only aiming for me? Hello? Okay. Someone's behind me? Alright, I'm in the middle of the war zone right now. Gotta chill. Miss me. You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. Okay, there are more than one. Not a good spot. The fuck? Jesus! This gun is so dog shit! What the fuck? How is he not dead? Okay. That's very shitty. Don't worry, we got this, we got this. Oh, I hear voice chat. This gun, to be fair, this gun is not that good in terms of accuracy. In the first place. So I shouldn't expect much from it either. That is extremely close.
Вон он, блядь! Ебашь его!
Yeah. Yeah, this gun. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. I think I killed him. Never mind. I didn't kill him. Great. But I cannot heal? Ah! Hello, game. There we go. Wait, what do you use to stitch your... Oh, bandage. Heavy bleeding? Oh no. I don't have tool for that. Fuck! Are you kidding me? Alright, Vaseline time. I should have stick with my fucking... M4, dude. How's the FPS? Not that good. But I kinda expected it, to be fair. Shit. Fuck. Okay, you know what? Whatever. It's an additional. How do I stop the bleed? Fuck! What does this shit do again? Bullet wounds and other serious injuries. The fuck does that mean? Oh my god. We're gonna die, dude. We're gonna fucking die, dude. Oh, fuck. Damn again. Have no effects. Okay, maybe I can fix it now. Toss your shit? What do you mean shit? Oh, you want me to... Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna die. You're right. No saving out from this shit. Alright. This is a good spot. Wait. This card. Alright, I didn't... No! I don't drop that one! Still need it. How long? Okay. I can rush to the gas station and kill someone. No, I don't care about the MDR. MDR is a shitty gun anyway. If I lose it, I'll lose it. Okay. I did secure the backpack and the armor. Okay, heavy bleeding. What do I need to fix heavy bleeding? I thought CMS covered that shit. Beep, 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 beep. S March. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's a new item. One thing left to do, and like I promised to. Something left to lose. This could be the end. I die for you. Want to see when all is over. Turning closer. Should I get something left to lose? This could be the die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Or I'm gonna try something interesting. I die for you. I kind of want to waste my grenades, but I guess later. This could be the day I die for you. Heavy bleeding is such an annoying thing now, huh? Can't do. This could be the den okay. This could be the oh shit, scav. Ooh, this is actually not bad. Let's go with that. What do you see when it's over? Sailwas and IFAX fix it, but it takes a lot of its charges. Hemostats works and the newest healing item a fake. AFAK. Isn't that old one? The one that have the plus sign? I thought that's the old one. I use that a lot. The problem is that I don't have flea market until level 10 or some shit, right? So right now all I can do is just loot. So annoying. AFAC is red and black. But which one is the gray one then? The gray one with the plus symbol. It can heal and also bandage you. I forget what it's called. Yeah, don't worry. I get a good gun anyway. M32. Never seen this. I'm assuming that's new. Grenade. Bandage. Okay. Let's go to the heart of this all. 15 minutes left. Let me test gun. That is a sexy ass sound. Iron sight's not that good though, so I might want to get a new weapon. Come on, give me a weapon. Give me a weapon, brother. M4 butt. Wait, what if another player scaff randomly try to kill me? Can I shoot back if they already shoot me? Or do I still get karma system even though I kinda do a self-defense shit? Because that would be sucks. If some random player scaff try to kill you. Oh my god, my VoIP was on this whole time. That was so dumb. Hello? Hello, hello? Anyone here? Sigs. We really do need a rifle though, or something. Okay, looks like everything's looted. Ooh, hello. That's useful. Yo, can anyone hear me? Hello, hello? Friends? Okay, someone's fighting close by. It's not good. It sounds close by, but not really. Let's go through the old gas station. If I get into a close combat, this is gonna be sucks. Hello, hello? Yo, if you can hear me. Friendly, bruh. Because I can hear your footstep. Friendly? Brother man? Hello? I can hear you. If you're friendly and have no mic, shoot to the sky. Alright, I'm gonna open fire. Okay, it's a fellow scav. I have to be cautious. Hello, friendly? Friendly, brother man? Alright. Let's just get the fuck out. Friendly, friendly. Ah, shit. Another 10 minutes? Oh, fuck. Where the fuck is military base CP? Don't quite remember it. Gotta alt tab to see the map again. AFT friendly, what you talking about? Hey, this feature's a thing. I'm gonna give it a go. And you don't want to make enemies, especially if you're a scav. If you kill each other, you might get something, but it's not gonna be as good as killing PMC, and you're gonna get karma rating. It's a lose-lose situation. So, you know, might as well not killing each other. Might be a better idea. Alright, this is a long ass extraction. Would you shoot and get a karma rating? Nah, dude, I'm good. I don't want to spawn in a game where all the scavs gonna instantly shoot me. Ooh, dead body. Alright, no one said anything about looting your friends, right? Yeah, boy. Let's go. We got 2 TAWs. Take this one. Loot this shit. That actually better. And then a free grenade? Hello. Alright. Book, yeah. I don't care if I PM. Oh, yeah, of course if PMC. I'm talking about scav. PMC just kill everyone inside. Although I'm probably still gonna make friends. Because fuck it. It'll be fun. There's gotta be a lot of traitor. But it's worth it. Alright, we gotta rush now. We got 6 minutes to get there. Okay, see, that's a player scav. He's looting right now. This one, we do not want to interfere each other. At this one, I'll just let him pass, and then I'll cross. If we see each other, we might be sussy. Then try to kill each other, and I want to avoid that. We'll just let him pass. Can't see shit, bruh. Yeah, I'm gonna take the long route. Hey! We chill, chill. We chill, bruh. Can you hear me? Oh shit. Why are we heading to the same way, bro? Alright, let's try not to kill each other, yeah? The thing is that I also don't know if my mic actually working or not. I haven't tested out. So that's gonna be quite annoying. Yo, brother man, if you can hear me, just go. Just go. I'm not here to kill anyone. Just go. We got 4 minutes before extraction. That is not worth it. Just keep going. All right. Shit, this is not. It's not an exit way. Gotta go fast. Poor guy is so scared to shoot. He didn't even try to shoot back. He probably also wanted truce. But he panicked and hid. Alright. If the map is right, this is supposed to be the extraction. Okay, cool. How cham? Easy. We got a Curasa on 50, not bad. Sniper with a silencer. The silencer's gotta be good money, easy. M32, I'm not sure if that's good or not, but I'll take it. Want a challenge? What kind? Okay. Or you pretend you're a scaff NPC in front of a player and kill him? I don't think that's gonna work, because they're gonna kill me instantly the moment they see me, right? How can I convince them that I'm not? Like, you know, PMC gonna insta-kill scaff. Like you're talking about a fellow scav. I need to understand first though, how does the karma system works? Can I fix it if I get a bad blood? See you in a headlight. In the sky, all the eagles gonna fly. Wait, this shit's not okay. You need to wear like an NPC and move like an NPC. I'm down to do that, but I don't think I have the stuff to do that right now. But I'm down. That sounds fun. I'll see what I can do. Fly in the sky, eagles gonna fly. Da-da-da-da. Well, let me see. What's my friends doing right now? Chad, I think Oculus, or I guess the meta, is winning right now when it comes to like VR. Everyone is buying Quest 2 right now. Zuckerberg is winning the war. He's getting all the money. Which is not surprising either, though. He knows what he's doing. It's not my time. He stopped. They're getting RD or ready for SAO VR, which comes February. Is there any gameplay for that? I literally have zero insight of this SAO VR shit. I literally have seen nothing. ZB. Oh, this kind of sucks balls. Oh yeah, this gonna sucks. I'm probably gonna die, but fuck it, dude. Let's give it a go. It's in VR chat, VCat? What? Probably passed by. Or maybe it's not, I was in a different world. I didn't see it. I checked out some VCat worlds. But probably not all of them. Probably missed some. In summertime, you know, to nobody. Dude, this stutters. Did not meant to burst or spray him, but it worked. Is that a first floor? Fucking stutters, dude. Ah! Why is the stutter so bad? Hold up, I gotta go back there. This is why I stopped playing. Man. It was not this bad back then. It was actually playable. Fuck. Mess your heart to nobody. Where's the mags? Oh. M9A3. Fuck it, dude, let's go. Wait, my game is already Tarkov, right? I forgot I changed it earlier. Or I might forgot. I guess it's already Tarkov. I probably wouldn't have this issue if I'm not streaming. I would have guessed. Probably GPU overload again. Loading sim. Oh, never mind. I guess there's a lot of people also want to give it a try, which is good. Oh, fuck. Where am I? Fuck! So far! That's a different game. Yeah, the stutters is too much. Ah, man. So annoying. Hey, what's up, one sin? How you doing? What up? No scaffs? That's new. Huh? Usually there are scaffs roaming around here. Heading out to the usual. Good luck, bro. You got this, man. It's a flat shit. You make it while last, boy. Hey, and nothing. Tech manual. Not sure what that is. Huh. Not sure where am I supposed to go from here. Gonna be honest with you guys. Alright. Panic shot. But hey, I got a headshot. So that's good. Ushanka. Wait, it's a shotgun? Oh no. I thought it would be a rifle or some shit. It's a double barrel? Oh, fuck me. I don't know about that. I don't know how good is that in this game. Could be good, could be shit. Because there's only one way to find out. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's shit. Do music. True. Alright, we need like an actual rifle to work with. The shotgun is capable of close range, but not long range.
If a double barrel isn't good, the game isn't good. Do the wisdom.
Okay, dude. Right, no one's here. Fuck me, the stutters. How is the voice talking? I haven't found or heard anyone talk back with me. Sag. Kinda lonely, not gonna lie. But that's okay. Hopefully gonna find a new friend soon. TM. Oh. That's not far, but that's not a cheap gun. It's a silenced weapon. Yeah. think that's a cross. I heard some kind of a shotgun or a rifle, and then followed up by a silenced weapon. That could be the death of me. If you know, I could hop on if you don't mind. 10 minutes late entering the raid. You could, you could. I'm stopping in a few games though. Just gotta get a dinner. But I'm down if you wanna play some. You me. You make you a last boy. Where is it? There it is. Hello? There we go. Oh! Hello? That's not bad. Goddamn. A contact. It's actually useful. Oh, hello. He just said that because he heard my running footstep and not see me. Oh! I see him. Is there two of them? That's not good. Okay, we're not in a good angle right now. Some player might come through this. Fuck. Okay, change of plan. Let's go back. I don't have a long-range weapon, so I cannot really kill them from this range. Alrighty. As a player scav. You move like a player scav. No patrolling scav? What the fuck? They really managed to randomize most of this shit, huh? Oh, it's not a player. Hello? Wait, so that was not a player? That's actually impressive. He moved like a player. I legit thought that was a player. What? Okay, that's weird. Interesting. They dude, what the fuck? That was not a player? Holy fuck. Okay. Hmm. Okay. No, 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 no. That's not what I meant. Five. Okay. Huh? Okay, there we go. Okay, we got 2 shotgun and a shitty pistol. Ah, fuck me. This is not... This cannot get any worse than this. We really need a rifle, chat. We really do. It's about time. How many time? 22 minutes. I think we can still manage. Another shotgun! Alright, at least it's better. I think. Oh! Oh shit, not bad. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. What do you mean shotgun is good? Yeah, but I want... Ah! What is sharp shooting shit? See? I want something to do one taps. Is that SKS? My baby? Holy shit. Wait, isn't this heavy? Nah, fuck it. You make you a last boy. Someone's coming. I am very sorry. Very sorry, dude. Oh no. I am so sorry. Ah. Oh, I am so sorry. Oh no.
One.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What? The fuck are you, Iron Man? Holy fuck! Fucking bitch doesn't die. Oh no. I gotta kill him fast. Okay. Dude! What the fuck was that? Oh no, I'm blacking out. Chat, what the fuck was that? Did someone explain that to me? Holy shit, bruh. What does that mean? Fatigue. Okay, let's fix the bleeding first. Alright, we're good. No more bleeding, right? Why is my head still going down? Game, what the fuck do you mean? What? How did... How did I die? I stopped the bleeding. Why am I still bleeding? Wait, did I miss something? Can someone clip real quick? Exclamation clip. I legit have no idea how did I die. Although 3000 XP, that's actually pretty good. And 7 kills. But how the fuck did I die? Exhaustion. Huh? I'm confused. Hold up. I am actually... Oh no, the clip's a little bit late. Oh well. Still though. What the hell was that, bro? Hold up. Yeah, fuck, man. Oh well. Ah, makes me want to keep going. This game's so addicting, man. How about one more? How about one more run? One more. We might as well use up all the thingy thing. You making what a last the boy. Hello, when? Not sure. I'm not sure. Oh my god. To be fair, I'm not too hype about the campaign so far. So it's not like I'm rushing it. But I do want to come back to it. Just not in the right mood right now. Make it one last, boy. Alright, actual last one. Actual last one. And I gotta shower and eat some dinner. And I'm probably gonna stream again later. Probably. We'll see. If the internet allows. If not, then maybe I'll just come back on Monday. The campaign keeps getting better. I know. I'm not saying that the game is bad. I was actually enjoying it. It's just I'm not really in the mood of single player campaign right now. I'm in the mood of multiplayer killing frenzy.
Final Fantasy 14 have done the unthinkable.
So yeah, I'm in that mood right now. That's why we're playing this. Give me head. 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 Especially if you embrace the open world and get some sick modded gun to bring along. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. I'm just not in the mood for single player, that's all. ADHD strikes back. You know how it is. Give me head. Give me Give me head. 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 Give me. Play Forza when I count pixels. That's the last thing that I want to play right now. On stream. I want to play the game, but I don't want to play it on stream. For obvious fucking reason. Oh, Jesus! Oh, God. Alright, I think that's gonna be it for today, chat. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back later tonight with some more gameplay or drawing. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday. Peace out. I'm gonna uninstall this game until I upgrade my PC, because fuck this. And, yeah. Okay. It even freeze when I want to exit the game. Nice. I could easily headshot that fucker. Easily. What the fuck is wrong with this? BSG, I really thought this could be my favorite game. I really thought it was my favorite game. It was. Not anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. I tried to give the benefit of the doubt. Alright. I reinstalled the game expecting a better performance. Because I did get a better performance back then. I guess not. I guess not. That's okay. That's okay. We tried. Tried. Give me head. The game's not responding. Oh my god. Right. Alright. Chat. I'm gonna peace out here. I'm really hungry right now. I'm gonna take a shower first though, and then I'm gonna eat some food. I'll be back. If the internet's pretty good, I'll probably be back later. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Probably gonna continue the drawing from last night. There's that. If not, I'm gonna see you guys on Monday because tomorrow I am gonna be out. I'm gonna have some family time and all that kind of stuff. All right, so yeah. All right. For sticking around in the chat till the end of the stream. Appreciate it. Much love, much love. You guys enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'll see you guys later. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday. Follow the channel if you're new here. If not, follow me on Twitter and Instagram at raddtrap. Everything's a panel down below. You can also join the Discord if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream and all that kind of stuff. And then don't forget to check out raddtrap.live, my new website where everything is in one place. Socials, VODs with chat, SoundCloud, music, drawings, all that kind of shit. Everything's in that one website, raddtrap.live. Check it out, check it out. It's in the title. And yeah. I think that is all. Oswald, sorry, we're ending the stream right now. But I'll see you guys on the next one. Alright? Take care. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Goodbye. Beep beep boop boop.
I'm not late, you're early nodders.
Oh shit. Well, that's not the case. Sorry, Dave. Alright, I'll see you guys later. If I stream, if not, I'll see you guys on Monday. Bye-bye. Skirt. I'll try to stream if the internet allows, alright? I'll see you guys later. Just keep an eye out on Discord and Twitter. Follow me on Twitter right now.
Oh yeah.